Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. How's it going, everybody? Let me know if you can hear me in the comments. Give me a 5x5 if I'm sounding good. My name is Andrew. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Launchpad today. We are live at South Padre Island with a live view of Starbase at Boca Chica, Texas. As you can see, there's some venting happening just at the base of Booster 7 on the orbital launch mount. And we have all the indications pointing to static fires today on the booster and or the ship. So we could be in for multiple static fires today. So welcome in, everybody. Welcome in Union, Bexley, Possum and Winter, DJ, and T-Perm. Thank you, everybody, for joining. We're going to be getting right into the commentary here as SpaceX prepares for testing. I'm here to answer any questions you might have in the meantime, so please feel free to drop those in the chat. And let us know where you're watching from. I'm always interested in hearing what part of the country or what country you're watching from. It's really interesting for us to hear, and it's really awesome to see people around the world getting excited about this stuff. So more details on the testing to come, but for now I just want to welcome you into our stream today. So thank you so much for joining, and I'm looking forward to what testing we have ahead of us. Michael and DJ says loud and clear, thank you. DJ says multiple, please. Yeah, we're hoping for multiple static fires today. Brent is watching from Phoenix. Very cool, Brent. Ontario, Canada. T-Perm is watching from Pakistan. Very cool, T-Perm. New York City, Ireland, Portugal. We have viewers from all over the world right now. This is really great. I think there's a good possibility that today is one of the busiest days down here at Starbase that we've seen, maybe ever. Just kind of based on all the indications of static fire testing today, but we'll have to sit tight and watch closely and see what happens. DJ says fingers crossed. Same here. Same here. It's a nice day down here at South Padre Island. It's actually got a quite nice of a breeze. If it was a little bit stronger, it would be almost perfect. But it's a little warm, but we got clear skies, some clouds on the horizon. There is some heat distortion between us and Starbase. That's why it looks a tiny bit blurry, but not too bad of a view here. Sasquatch is watching from the edge of the woods. We have additional people watching from the UK and Idaho. Thank you for joining. I saw a question a couple minutes ago about when this is going to happen. We're going to have to sit tight and wait to see, but I've heard that they kind of have a lot on the agenda today. So I would think they would get started pretty quickly. So the fact that we're already seeing some venting from the orbital launch mount is a good sign. that we could be in for some testing here relatively shortly. Paru says, hi, what will happen today? Welcome, Paru. So we're expecting to see one or multiple static fires today. So we're going to see SpaceX fuel their vehicles. Looks like we're starting with Booster 7, which is the vehicle we see right at the center of the screen there. We'll see them fuel it up, and as long as all the plans go accordingly, we'll see them actually ignite the rocket engines below Booster 7, one or multiple engines. So we'll see a lot of flames and a lot of smoke, and it'll be really cool. If we're lucky, we might be able to hear it. I'm not sure with the wind today if we'll be able to pick up the sound, but I'm going to do my best to try to capture the sound for you as well. SpaceX News Daily says, who's commenting? You don't sound like Zach. Welcome, my name is Andrew. I am down here at Starbase, doing Starbase coverage for the launch pad. It's nice to meet you. The way that the sun and everything is looking today, it's given the water a beautiful color today. The colors that you're seeing on screen actually are pretty accurate to how it looks here today. It's just like a really nice shade of blue and lighter blue right up near the coast, and it just looks great. I might have to go swimming later. Black Widow, no worries at all. No worries at all. Welcome, John Ferris. Nice to meet you, Ho-Ho. Thanks for that information in chat. That was useful. So a quick summary for anybody that might not know what we're looking at here today. So again, we're down here at South Padre Island with live views of Starbase. This is SpaceX's development facility for the Starship launch vehicle. This is the vehicle that SpaceX is designing to bring humans to Mars. It'll also be used to bring humans as part of the Artemis program to land them on the moon. The Orion capsule will bring the crew to orbit around the moon, and then the Starship vehicle will be used to actually transfer the crew to the surface of the moon. That's the plan right now, so it'll be exciting to see SpaceX move forward towards that goal. This will be the first ever fully reusable rocket of its class. So this is designed to be fully reusable and to launch multiple times a day. It'll also be one of, if not the biggest, most powerful rocket ever designed. By the time it lifts off, we'll have to see. But it's an absolutely massive, massive rocket. So it'll be exciting to see some of those rocket engines firing today. Again, we do expect to see some static fire testing today, which means a lot of fire, smoke, and it'll be really cool to see. And if you're new to the launch pad, if this is your first time tuning in, don't forget to like and subscribe, put notifications on, and all that. We're going to be continuing Starbase coverage here over the coming weeks and months, as well as covering SLS, and we do coverage of just about every rocket launch there is. So it would mean a lot if you follow along, and your support is so appreciated. Good morning, Virginia. Eric has a visitor center viewing package for Artemis 1. Same here, Eric. I'll see you there. John Fair says, I hope they hurry as I have a class to teach in an hour. Well, John, I'm not sure if they'll be able to get a static fire off within an hour, but we hope that they do. It is possible, so let's hold tight and see. Otherwise, it's probably a good lesson for your students to see what's happening down here. I don't know if it's related to what you're teaching, but if it is, I think this would be a valuable education lesson to tune in. Otherwise, we're going to do our best to capture video. That way, if you miss it on the stream, you'll be able to catch it later on tonight. John teaches prospecting and mining. That's really cool. That is really cool. Emmett is saying how crazy that the Titusville area is going to be for the Artemis 1 launch. It absolutely will be nuts. It will be crazy. John says the future of mining isn't space. That is very true. There are already companies looking into mining asteroids and everything. Oh, this breeze feels so nice. Alright, now that I've kind of introduced what we're going to see today and welcomed everybody in, I will just take a quick moment to kind of set up a couple of our cameras for when the static fire is going to happen. Yeah, hang out for a bit, stand by while I go set that stuff up. Feel free to keep dropping any questions you have in chat, and I will answer them shortly. But for just a couple of minutes, I will drop off commentary and set our cameras up. All right. I got a couple things all set now to prepare a couple more things in a few more minutes, but just checking in with chat. Super Duke is watching from South Africa. Thank you, Super, for tuning in. They're excited for a static fire with multiple engines. Same here, Luke. Lori, welcome. Thank you for that statement, Brian. That means a lot. Cheese mining on the moon, says Jessica. For anybody that has just tuned in, we're standing by waiting for additional testing of Booster 7. We're looking at a live view of Booster 7 right now, and we expect to see a potential static fire today, if not multiple potential static fires today. Dane asks, how many engines on the booster fired up yesterday? So the last static fire on the booster this week was just a single engine. Though I believe the ship fired 2 engines, I believe. So yeah, 1 on the booster, 2 on the ship. Goof has a piece of trivia here. Titusville, Pennsylvania is where the first oil well was drilled. Is that what you mean by Titusville, PA, Goof? Sebtinus asks, what is the Artemis mission's mission exactly? And they tagged Black Widow. So Black Widow has answered, put humans back on the moon by 2025, by the end of 2025. And in general, to bring humans back to the moon, do a bunch of science along the way to learn about the effects on space on humans, and eventually, hopefully, to bring us to Mars. We'll definitely have to see about the 2025 date. 2025 is coming up awfully fast, but the fact that Artemis 1 is launching this month potentially is a huge sign that we are progressing and moving in the right direction for the Artemis program, which is great to see. Dane, yeah, it looked like 1 on the booster and 2 on the ship. That's what it looked like from my angle, at least. And you may have noticed the last time we were streaming, we saw the chopstick lowered on Booster 7. They did raise them up again today. I'd be curious, looking back to the beginning of our stream today, if they were already at full height. They're not at full max height, but if they were already as high as they are now, or if they've slowly moved up over the last 40 minutes or so. But they are getting those arms out of the way for a potential static fire, which is a good sign. Sebtinus. Let me know how to pronounce that properly if I'm doing it wrong. But if you're specifically asking about Artemis 1, what are the goals of Artemis 1? It's really just to test the SLS rocket in action. Orion has flown once before, but it's testing. It wasn't in its final state when it flew, so they're going to be doing more testing of Orion, making sure that Orion and SLS work well together, making sure all the human factors are working well. So countdown and mission control, and making sure everybody is up to speed on how it's going to work when they do a real crewed mission. There's science objectives as well, and yeah, it's just a big preparation step moving forward for crewed launches. Check out all these birds entering frame from the right. Timothy asks, does anybody know what they're going to use Booster 7 on? So we're still waiting to find out if Booster 7 will be used as part of the first orbital flight test of Starship. The fact that they're moving forward with this static fire testing does seem to be a good indication that they are still thinking about using it. But I would say you have two options here for Booster 7. One, they continue the test campaign and continue ramping up the static fires until they determine that it's a safe booster for the orbital flight test, and then we'll see it used for the orbital flight test. Two, they could continue testing and determine that maybe there was still some concerns left over from the explosion 3 weeks ago, and they could decide to move on to Booster 8, and Booster 7 could just become a really important test article. After all these tests come back with all the data, it's going to be really important. But yeah, one of those two options are likely, I would say. That's a good question. Can birds impact rockets like they do planes? There are a lot of birds in that area. I'm sure a bird strike on a rocket is planned for. Like, I assume that they expect that, and I think I've actually seen it happen before, like on videos. I'm sure if something went perfectly wrong, though, a bird strike with a rocket could cause some problems. John says, does anybody know if the chopstick issues have been corrected? John, I know I've seen them working on the chopsticks. I don't know if they've completely fixed them yet, or if it's still a work in progress. Paul D says, what issues? Paul D, you could have potentially missed shortly after the Booster 7 rollout the other day. We were streaming the Booster 7 rollout. We had a live view of the chopsticks getting ready to lift Booster 7 off the transporter onto the pad. However, before they tried to lift it, there was quite a loud noise and a bunch of what we believe to be hydraulic fluid spewed off the chopsticks. So it looks like some sort of hydraulic line popped or ruptured, or some fitting popped or ruptured. It smelled kind of like oil. It was quite the cloud of hydraulic fluid. So they definitely have to repair that. That only impacts being able to move the chopsticks, left, right, in, out. It doesn't impact being able to lift and lower the chopsticks, so that's why we've seen the chopsticks move up and down. That being said, they may have made progress on repairing the chopsticks, and it could be in a better spot now, but we don't quite know just yet. I see the the comments about am I on helium, and that the helium wore off. Yeah, there must have been a network blip where my traffic kind of got scrambled there for a second and impacted my voice quality. That's funny. All right, I'm gonna mute just for a second here, and I'm gonna get our AC cranking just to keep all of our equipment cool. So there might be a bit of a time period where we are having a little bit more of a shaky camera. But as we're moving closer to the static fire, I will make sure that we have the AC off, and we'll have a stable picture for the static fires. But I do just want to turn the AC on for a little bit and make sure all of our equipment is safe and cool. So stand by, and we'll just have a little bit of a shake for a bit. All right, AC is on. Hey Lou, welcome. Thanks for stopping in. If you're just joining us, we are taking a live look at Starbase Texas. We're waiting to see some potential static fire testing of Booster 7 and or Ship 24. It's possible that we get multiple static fire tests today, as long as SpaceX continues to go through all of their preparations without hitting any issues. So it could be an exciting day for testing here at Starbase. Thanks for stopping in, and we're gonna be with you live here for quite a while. Thank you, Lou. I appreciate that. we're continuing to see some venting from the orbital launch mount and tank farm. So this is an indication that SpaceX is still in preparation for testing today. Of course, if we see that venting stop for a long time, that could mean a couple things. But the fact that the venting is continuing in bursts is a great sign. Yeah, we have a little bit of a shake on the camera right now because of the AC that's running. We're gonna keep it cool, and we'll shut it off every now and then. And especially we'll make sure we have the AC off when we're about to see a static fire, so we'll have a nice clean picture during static fire. And hopefully soon the shaking will be an issue of the past. We actually received a new camera today. We're going to run it through some tests to make sure it is worthy of streams. But if so, we should have a great picture for these streams in the future. And there should be a lot less shake and higher quality too. So as we're sitting here, I just want to let you know what we are looking for is additional activity from the tank farm and launch mount at the orbital site. So we see this puff of vapor coming off of what looks like the launch mount now. It's probably actually from the tank farm from this angle. So that's a good indication, but we want to start seeing more of that, and we want to start seeing a lot of low vapors along the ground. Once we start seeing all that, then it would be a good indication that SpaceX has moved into the next phase of testing leading up to static fire. So that's what we're keeping our eye on right now. Black Widow says, "Hey Andrew, where can we follow you on Twitter?" Thanks for the question, Black Widow. Yeah, if you want to follow me, I am on Twitter. You can find me at @SRocketFuture. Again, on Twitter, that is @SRocketFuture. Thanks for that feedback, John Fairs. That's something we can definitely work on. John, I can try to appease your desire to see a little bit extra for a quick moment here. If we want to take a real quick, it doesn't look like there's an imminent static fire, so I do want to take a quick moment to pan over to the build site and check out this bird hanging out here as well. So we get a view of the high bay in the mega bay as well as the rocket garden. You can see a little bit of the mid bay there as well, but we can see this bird is hanging out enjoying this nice sunny day here at South Padre Island. And yeah, it looks nice. I wonder how long this bird is just going to hang out here. Well, see you later, bird. We're going to go check out the launch site again as SpaceX continues to prepare towards a static fire test for today. That's a good way to do it, John. Very good. Oh, actually, hold on. One more quick pan. I want to show you something. We got bird number 1. But check this out. We got a big bird down here too. You'll see a lot of people down here are really into rockets as well as wildlife. It's really cool to see people interested in all sorts of stuff down here with nature and with science. Virginia, if you scroll up a little bit, oh yeah, there you go. The launch pad just sent that in chat for you there, Virginia. Jessica Starr also includes a surf emoji, which is also very true. There's a lot of people really into surfing down here on South Padre Island. Goof says, fun fact, seagulls can drink seawater. Lori says, beautiful crane. All sorts of cranes here. We have the birds, we have Crane X.
It's a sand hill crane, says Lori. Oh, thank you, Virginia. I appreciate that. That is very nice of you. Surfing Bird the song. I got you, Lori. Jessica, I got you. Just a reminder here, folks.
We are watching SpaceX conduct live tests of the vehicle that they plan on bringing humans to Mars on. Fully reusable exploration class rocket, mostly made out of stainless steel. They actually developed a new type of steel for this rocket here. So it's a really interesting construction engineering project. And being able to see it so up close and personal while they're doing all these tests is such an amazing experience, and it's really great that I'll be able to share all this with you. But if you ever get a chance to come down here and see it in person, I do recommend it. Of course, since they're doing live testing today with a potential static fire, we are limited by how close we can get. However, when they're doing other things like lifting the rocket off the pad, rolling rockets from the build site to the launch site, and doing other various tests, you can get right up and close and personal to the launch site. And we'll be bringing you more streams from roadside down there at Starbase launch site as well. Sebtinus, what they say, what is going on with the camera? The view is flexing. I think that is an interesting interaction between the frame rate of our video and the AC causing the view to shake a little bit. I think it's lining up in a way that it looks like the picture is warping, but that will slow down here in a minute. You should see that stop pretty soon here. And just so you know, that seagull is still hanging out on that same perch on that sign. Just kind of soaking up the sun over there. Does the humidity of a rocket near water not affect the rocket with rust and like? I'm sure there's some impact. Everything really does kind of rust down here, and you got to protect any sort of bare metal down here, or it'll rust up really fast. So I'm sure there's some impact on it. However, they haven't run into any concerns with it yet, and I'm sure they have that on their mind. So I think they got it covered, but in general, I would say yes. It's a consideration that they have to think about and protect against for sure. You can notice a big difference between when they have like a booster out on the pad for months, and then they roll a new booster out. The new booster always looks so much shinier, and it is because they're refining the ships and the boosters and making them more streamlined and everything. But there's also definitely an impact on the color of the metal. Probably doesn't. I would imagine there's probably not much of like a physical difference, more just like a visual difference. But we continue to see these puffs of vapor from the tank farm, which is an indication that SpaceX is still in pattern to continue testing here. So we're just waiting on some more signs that testing is ramping up towards a static fire. But right now we are still within we're in testing process right now, as you can see with those puffs of vapor every now and then. Minecrafter says, when is Starship Orbital Test Flight? We don't know an exact date yet, but I would say it is unlikely to be this month. It is possible that we could see it happen next month, but it's really kind of I know we hear this a lot, but it really is a milestone-based program. We'll start being able to kind of put a better idea on timelines as we see more and more of these static fires. So for example, if we see some successful static fires today, like if we were to happen to see a full static fire Ship 24 with all of its engines, which we'll have to wait and see if it happens, that is a great indication that Starship is pretty confident that that Ship 24 is ready for orbital. After that, we want to see more testing of the booster engines. We'll see if they install more engines back on Booster 7, or we'll see if they roll out Booster 8. But once we have a booster, whether it be 7, 8, or another, that have all of its engines and has gone rigorous static fire testing, then at that point we could be pretty certain of a launch relatively soon from that point forward. So I think a month or two is still a good timeline to be anticipating, though we'll have to wait and see how that shifts. Kendall says, when is it firing? Kendall, we don't know the exact time yet, but now that you just mentioned that, I do feel like I'm seeing additional venting coming from the orbital tank farm or launch mount. So that would indicate that we are one additional step closer to the test. So I'm glad that that was a great timed question, because we do see that additional clouds there at the base now. So we look like we are progressing forward towards a static fire. That's at least what we expect to see today based on the overpressure notice that was sent out to Boca Chica residents. So I'm really happy to see all that extra vapor at the bottom of the vehicle there. So I would say we're getting closer now. I will also say that the other day when we saw a static fire of the booster and of the ship, it did look like the orbital tank farm spun up first. However, the suborbital tank farm then shortly after. Actually, this wasn't during the static fires. I think this was the day before. The last few days have all mixed together. But during one of the testing situations, we saw the orbital tank farm spin up first. Then we saw the suborbital tank farm spin up after. But then I think it turned out that this, like Booster 7, is continuing forward in its preparations for a static fire today. John says venting has scaled up considerably. I agree with you there. I think we're definitely moving forward here. Thanks everybody that has hung out with us so far today. It does look like we're getting closer to testing. I appreciate all the comments and questions. For any memberships or super chats that have come through, I appreciate everybody's support. We couldn't do this without you, and we are doing this for you. It's a lot of fun to come down here and bring this content to you. So thank you for all the support. And we are seeing a lot of venting happening now at the bottom of the Booster 7 area, which is a great sign. John says it looks very hot and humid there. It is pretty hot and humid here today, John.
Minecrafter says, when is the next SpaceX Dragon mission? So I think I don't have that on the top of my head right now, but I think one of the mods would probably be able to find out for you. I don't know if we have I don't know if crew or cargo is next up, but yeah, let's get that information for you. But either way, we will be streaming that for you when it happens. Alright, so since we are gearing up towards additional testing and indications that testing are moving forward, before things get too serious, I'm just going to step out of the car for just a couple minutes. So I'll be back with you to answer any of your questions in just a couple minutes. Keep your eyes peeled on S24 as we are getting closer to some exciting testing.
All right, I am back with you. Look at all that venting there at Booster 7. See what kind of questions we got going on in the chat. When the camera moves like that, we're gonna go into a flashback. It does kind of look like that movie effect where like you're about to, reflect on some part. It actually, so DJ, thanks for the comment there. It actually, in this case, is related to vibrations from the camera, and sometimes the frame rate just aligns with the weird vibrations that it creates this interesting kind of wavy effect, but this is temporary while we have the AC on, just to kind of make sure everything's cool. But when we're getting closer to the static fires today, we're going to shut that off to make sure that we have a nice, clear, stable shot of the rocket. But it does kind of look like that flashback effect. Kevin, how's it going, Kevin? Thanks for coming, Minecrafters. We'll see you next time. Hey, Hopper House, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate the comment there. I did stop in, but I got some ceviche. But I skipped the liquid dinner for that time, just because I'm doing this fitness thing for a little bit longer. But in another week and a half or so, I'll be in there for sure to indulge, and I'm really excited for that. But thanks for stopping by. We're looking pretty good for some testing today at SpaceX. There is an increased amount of venting from the base of Booster 7 and the orbital launch mount, which would indicate that they're getting further into testing. And I would say we're getting pretty close here to being able to think about seeing a static fire. So we'll have to. Sorry, I'm just reading some messages here. We'll have to keep an eye out to see when the static fires might happen here today. Space enthusiast asks, when is this going to start? So I'd say we're already into their testing procedures. So this is something that we're gonna potentially see escalate to a static fire pretty quickly. So what I mean by that is when we see them getting into the next stage of testing, from that point we're going to be pretty close to a static fire if everything continues to go according to plan. So I still don't know if that's 10 minutes, a half hour, or more. We really have to wait just a little bit longer to see when they get into their next phase here.
Jessica says, ceviche, yummy. Oh yeah, delicious ceviche at the Hopper House. Yeah, if anybody's ever in the Starbase area, make sure you stop by the Hopper House. It's right on the other side of the bridge from South Padre Island, so it's actually in the Port Isabel area. And it's definitely worth a stop in. Great food, family friendly too. Family friendly. They got live music, a beautiful patio in the back. I definitely recommend checking out the Hopper House. Absolutely. Let's have a static fire, says Hopper House. Let's have multiple. That's my plan for the day. I want to see multiple static fires happen today. Space enthusiast asks, how did you get this footage? Space, we're actually down on South Padre Island right now. The camera that's bringing you this view is right next to me. We are live with this camera right now. This is our footage that we're creating right now. Thank you for the question.
Robert says, I see some venting. What's happening? Robert, so what we're seeing right now is them beginning to prep Booster 7 for testing today. We think that a Booster 7 is on the schedule for today. So the venting that we're seeing is the tank farm and the orbital launch mount preparations. They could be purging lines. This could just be condensation, or this could just be, yeah, I guess you can call it condensation from the tank farm spinning up. But it's probably a mixture of all of the above. These are all steps that SpaceX needs to complete prior to prop loading the vehicle and an eventual static fire. Paul D says that the time window known which remains for testing. Yes, Paul, they could be doing testing up until 10 p.m. tonight. That's Central Time. They could be doing testing until 10 Central. I would think that they would get started pretty soon on the important, the bigger testing today, because I feel like they are wanting to get a lot done today. So I'm hoping to see a static fire here in the next hour or two max. Or I guess we don't know exactly when, but that's my hope. And we're gonna watch SpaceX as they continue to prepare everything for a static fire, and hopefully we'll see that static fire when it happens. looks like we are stabilizing a little bit, if you can hear me. Looks like we just had a Starlink handover, so I still might be a little bit choppy for you, but we're looking a little bit better now. So we just had a bit of a signal issue with Starlink, but that is to be expected from time to time with this technology. It is going to continue to improve as time goes forward. But overall, we're able to bring you good streams from down here, live views. So I'm happy with Starlink, but we do have these occasional hiccups. But it looks like I'm back. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to let me know. Thank you, John Fairs. No problem. We will be here. We will be here. Good luck with your class. Yep. Princess Kitty, yep. Yeah, we're definitely hitting some sort of resonance frequency, I guess you could say, between the frame rate and the camera, and the vibrations that are happening from our AC. So every now and then, I'm noticing some low bitrate. Let's see here. Alright. Is it just me or did someone drop the bass? I didn't hear any bass drop. It is actually quite windy here today, but yeah, no, this is an AC compressor vibration situation, but in case you missed it, we're gonna make sure that we shut that off as we're getting closer to the static fire. So I will repeat, we will have a nice and stable, clear image of the static fire without any of these vibrations and stuff. So we'll make sure that the camera is solid for that. Yeah, it's a great point, Princess. Actually, we have some foam under it to try to absorb some of the vibration, but it doesn't seem to be doing a great job. So I definitely could throw some towels under there. It might be a little bit better. So we might give that a shot as well. All right. Again, looks like Starlink is stabilizing a bit. SpaceX is continuing to prepare for additional testing today, including up to a static fire, one or more static fires. The next indication we're going to see is prop loading. So we're going to keep our eyes for an indication of propellant loading on the Starship Super Heavy Booster 7. No problem, Virginia. Thank you, thank you. Maybe I should make sure there's not like a bird on top of my Starlink dish or something. I could see that happening. I'm gonna go take a look. 1 second. No bird on Starlink. There are some clouds, but I don't anticipate the clouds being a major problem. Slow neutron. I hope that is not the case today. I do get the reference, but we're hoping for a successful static fire today. But no matter what does happen during the testing today, we will have a video for you. We will have live coverage of the testing for today. Heather says, can you tell us a bit more about the cues you watch for when to anticipate a significant event, venting, sirens, crane, etc.? Absolutely, Heather. Thank you for the question. Venting from different areas is always a huge sign. So basically, when we start seeing some of this low-hanging venting, this indicates that like the tank farm is active, and you can see a big vent from the orbital launch mount. Now this, people aren't entirely sure what this vent does, but generally it runs for a long period of time prior to propellant load. So the theory is that this is some sort of purge of the lines in the orbital launch mount. But the fact that this is continuing, and you can see that happening right now, is a good sign that they continue to be in that pre-load propellant process. Generally speaking, after we see that stop, then we start to see the propellant load happen. When propellant load happens, you can notice some visual changes in the booster. Sometimes it'll look like condensation will wrap kind of around the base of it. It'll look like slightly different color. And then you start to see things pick up a little bit. You see venting from various places on the vehicle, and eventually you'll see that static fire. Prior to about 10 minutes or so prior to the static fire, if you're close enough to hear the sirens, you'll hear the sirens. No real indications about testing with cranes or anything for today to look for. But it's really just keeping a close eye on the amount of venting that is happening on the vehicle. And as I'm saying that, it does look like we have a bit of an increase. These are all good signs. Similar can be said about the suborbital tank farm. If you see on the right-hand side where Ship 24 is, if you start to see venting from that area, that would indicate that they're preparing the suborbital tank farm or suborbital pad for testing of Ship 24. But right now we're seeing all this venting coming from the base of Booster 7 and the orbital launch tower. So that is a great sign that we're looking in the right area for Booster 7 testing. Benjamin, I haven't heard that song in a long time. Virginia, like I said, we have a new camera that we're going to be testing this week that will help us with the zoom situation. We want to test it out and make sure it's going to do the job for streaming. So give us some time to test that out, and we're going to have some great views of you. Thanks, Neutron. Our goal here is to bring you another perspective of the launch pad. So I'm here right now, and this is the view that we got, and I'm happy to be able to show everybody what we're looking at today and explain what's going on, answer any questions you have. Sounds good, John. I'll see you soon. Absolutely, Virginia. That is very true. Higher frame rate should help with the rolling shutter. Ah, gotcha, Princess. Yep, that makes sense to me. We'll make sure that we do some testing with the frame rate as well. But the new camera will not have the same shaking issue just based on how it will be mounted, and it's not going to be. It shouldn't be impacted by the AC compressor like we are seeing now. Gaming Nerd says, is it loud when they static fire? Yes. So, I mean, from this... Wow, we got a lot of venting at the base of the vehicle now. It's going all the way over to what almost looks like the suborbital tank farm. So this is good. This is a good indication. It's very loud. From here, it's not incredibly loud. It kind of gets drowned out by the wind a lot of times through the microphone. Here in person, you can definitely hear it. But I mean, in general, it's a very loud event. It's just that we're a little bit further away. Yeah, that should be good when we get that all set up. Hopefully it'll look great. So if you heard me a little bit a while ago, I did state that a good indication for testing is by looking at the venting, and that we see that large vent coming off the orbital launch mount that indicates some sort of purging, from what we understand at least, and that generally speaking, prior to propellant load, we see that stop. At this point, it does seem like that has stopped. So we're going to keep a close eye here to see if it looks like they're going to be preparing for propellant load and loading that into the vehicle. Once they begin propellant load, that puts us at a lot of a closer timeline for a static fire attempt. So bear with us for a little bit, and we're gonna see if we get some propellant loading here soon. Shortly before a potential static fire, we're gonna kill our AC compressor here to give you a very stable shot of the booster. So things seem to be progressing. Stay with us here, and things might get exciting fast. Neptune, thank you for the question. They asked, do you know when the static fire should be coming or occurring? So you may have just caught what I said a moment ago, that the OLM purge, what we're calling the OLM purge, looks like it has stopped, which is usually a good indication that they're going to begin loading propellant into the vehicle. So once that happens, then that means we're a lot closer to a static fire. So I just saw another puff, which could potentially have been the recondenser. So these would all be signs that we're getting closer to the static fire. If we have confirmation that it looks like propellant load is starting, then we're in pretty short time frames for static fire. But I want to wait a little bit longer to see if it really looks like that has started. All right, we have some questions coming in. Thanks everybody for the comments and questions. Neptune says, apologies for asking, I just got here. Oh, no worries at all, Neptune. I appreciate the question either way. People come and go at any point in time, so I don't mind repeating sometimes. I think it keeps everybody up to date. It is all good, no worries there. Where's this at? We are on South Padre Island with a live view of Boca Chica, Texas, the Starbase SpaceX facility where they're developing the Starship launch vehicle. Why do rockets have smoke coming off of them? I've heard it has something to do with the fuel. There's multiple different reasons for what you might be seeing on the venting. It could be just different gases interacting with the atmosphere around it. It could be gases boiling off. It could be the temperature difference between the fuels in the vehicle and the outside air. It could be a lot of different things. They could be purging. All sorts of different things can cause these venting. Paul D, apologize for that. We're going to keep working on that. We'll make sure we get that better for you soon. Willie says, is this in Texas? Oh, yeah. Yep, this is Texas. I have not seen that big OLM vent start back up, so I would be pretty confident that we are within prop load at this point in time, which is a very, very strong indication that SpaceX is moving forward towards static fire.
And this could mean that the vehicle is ready for a static fire in pretty short amount of time here. We're talking definitely, you never know what SpaceX is going to run into during their countdown for a static fire, but it definitely would be under an hour if everything goes according to plan, and it could be a lot shorter than that. It could be less than a half hour. It's really hard to say, but once things start getting really picking up with some of these vents, we'll have a better indication and should be able to give a good warning. But they're always changing their procedures. Hopefully we'll be able to at least be like, hey, static fire potentially in 10 minutes when we hear about the siren. But I would keep a close eye on Booster 7 from this point forward. I'm going to shut our engine off here in a little bit to make sure that we have a stable cam that's not bouncing up and down for static fire. But yeah, things are picking up here. Things are getting exciting. So keep watching. All right, I'm actually hearing that there was a siren, which means we're 10 minutes or so away from a static fire attempt. So, all right, everybody, this is the time to pay attention. I'm going to move the microphone outside just in case you can get a sound of a static fire here. And I'm also going to set up a camera. So feel free to keep asking questions. I will get back to you with those questions shortly. But for now, I'm going to start prepping for a potential static fire in 10-15 minutes or less. So this is exciting. Sorry about those noises there. Anywhere here. I got a camera set up here and stuff, but all right, cool. Yeah. Is it the left one or the right one? The left one where all that white clouds are coming from.
Alright, we should be just a few minutes out from a static fire of Booster 7. So keep an eye on the center of the screen there. And we should be seeing that really at any point. Throw a guess in the chat to how many engines we will see a static fire of today. Go ahead and drop your guess. Your options are anywhere from 1 to 20. Or is it 22? Yeah, but I would guess, if I was you, I'd keep your guess under 5. But go ahead and throw your guesses in the chat. So if everything on their countdown is going according to plan, I would expect to see this static fire in the next 3 to 4 minutes. That's obviously if everything is looking good to SpaceX. So they're looking at metrics of the vehicle. They're looking at temperatures and pressures, and as long as everything looks good, they're going to continue forward, hopefully to a static fire, potentially here in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Eyes peeled, eyes peeled. This could be coming up any second. If you're just joining us, we could be seconds away from a static fire on Booster 7. Keep your eyes peeled on the middle of the screen there. You should see lots of flames, some smoke, and maybe even be able to hear it.
there is a rumor, and it's just a rumor right now. I haven't confirmed it myself, but there is a rumor that this is going to be a longer duration static fire. We'll have to hear and see if that's true, or we'll have to see if that's true. But keep your eyes peeled. This could be cool. Here it goes. Check it out. All right, folks. We just saw a long duration static fire of Booster 7. I don't know how many engines were involved quite yet, but that was awesome. That was the coolest thing I've seen down here at Starbase so far. I am amped up right now. My adrenaline is going. That was insane. Let me know in the chat if you got to hear that at all. I'm not sure if the audio came through, but oh wow, that was awesome. Booster 7 is still standing. It's looking good. And you can see that plume of smoke right off the right hand side there, but that was amazing. That was awesome. Wow. Now let me bring you all back inside the Jeep here. We're going to keep a close eye on Booster 7 to make sure it's happy and healthy. I do want to get back in the Jeep to make sure I don't burn from the sun. Sorry for the noises. Wow, that was awesome. That was so cool. That was so cool. That was so cool, y'all. I'm glad you were able to experience that with me. That was so cool. Pretty epic, says DJ Controlled. Paul D says, wow. B says, nice. Amazing, says Igneous. Virginia says she thinks it went well. I would say so too. Booster 7 is standing, so I'm happy. Igneous says only one engine. Xavier says, Launchpad, can they do repetitive static fires? Xavier, yeah, we've seen that in the past where they've done multiple static fires in a single day, so we're going to have to keep our eyes peeled to see if they're going to do more testing today. That was so cool. Wow. Yeah, based on what we know, we do expect more today, but that was awesome. We get a question, no detank, another fire. DJ, it's entirely possible. Sometimes we do see it take a few minutes before they start any sort of detanking, and it wouldn't surprise me if they did detank, even if they were preparing for more static fires. So we'll wait to see if we see a detank. But yeah, you're right. There is no detank. I'd say keep your eyes peeled just in case something unexpected happens. But it is entirely possible that we see another static fire of the booster here in short order. That there's another test, we're going to shut that off to make sure you get this nice stable view again, but you will see it shake a bit for the next few minutes to a little while. Let's make sure all of our gear is nice and temperate so we don't break anything. Man, that got the blood going. That was fun. I really encourage y'all to come down here and see this type of stuff live. It's amazing. That was awesome. Huh? Yep. Yep. I heard like 21, but yeah. Perfect time. Might as well be done for today. Sounds good. I'll see you. Sorry, I was just chatting with some other SpaceX creators down here. They were super stoked about that. Do you think it was more than 2 Raptors used? Xavier thinks it didn't look like more than it was 2. DJ says they were thinking it was 3. Yeah, no way to know for sure. We'll have to wait for the official word on that, but I'll make sure I update you because we did have that poll about how many engines we thought we were going to fire up today. They said it was only 1, Igneous. No problem, Black Widow, no problem. That's why I'm here.
up, man?
Andrew.
That was awesome, was it not?
Holy crap!
Right?
What the heck is going on?
I know. That was amazing.
Well, it was like over 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah,
20
yeah. We were thinking maybe like 21 or so.
That's what I counted, but
Yeah.
oh,
That was
and
awesome.
this is just starting.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They're gonna keep on going.
We think so. We think they might be doing more tests today. So.
I spoke to Maria.
Mhm.
She said that they're gonna do a long duration engine test with SN24 and then 2 more. But I'm started thinking now that she got the information.
Just backwards or something?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So that's the correct information, but with the wrong article.
Right.
So because this confirms it.
Yeah.
And they were saying that they were testing autogenous
Yeah. Yep.
pressurization.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, come on.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
I mean, the plume is still there.
Yeah. And the sound was nice. It just hung around for a
You
bit.
got it in a good
Oh yeah.
quality.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep. I actually haven't shut that camera off yet. I probably should.
Oh yeah, it should.
This is why you're here, man. This is why you're here.
Exactly.
You know. So cool. I'm glad you got to see it.
So what do you think? What's gonna happen?
For today,
With
honestly,
Booster?
honestly, I'm not even sure. All I know is I'm thinking there's definitely more testing ahead. So
More engines, maybe?
you never know. You never know. But I wouldn't be surprised if they switch over to Ship 24 too. You know, we've seen testing on both in a single day recently. So
2 days ago.
yep. So.
We've been to Starbase.
Mhm.
Maria's.
Oh, yeah.
place. This person.
Yes, Padre. Padre.
So it's just so you got the tracking stations.
Yeah.
And just behind it.
Oh yes. Yeah. Sorry, I know what you're talking about.
Main road.
Yep.
Yeah. And we were there, and yeah, when we left, and after that, well, by the time we got home, they were already pressurizing and filling S24, and we watched the S24.
Nice.
I mean, we already got much more than we expected.
You came at a great time.
Yeah.
You came at a great time.
I mean, what's the chance?
Right.
When we booked this trip in spring.
That's amazing. You couldn't have planned it any better. That's awesome.
Yeah, let's hope that they're gonna do more engines.
I'm thinking so. I'm feeling good about it. Feeling good about it.
Maybe not 20.
No, but that's okay. I'll just take it anything. Let's take anything.
To be honest, anything that more than one
Yep.
is gonna be more than what we've seen.
Yep.
And this is loud.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm sure the S24 was loud 2 days ago. Maybe
Yeah.
2 engines.
Yep. Yeah. That was pretty cool. That was fun. There was a bit more wind that night, so the wind kind of killed some of the sound.
All right.
But
Well, this is good.
oh yeah. This,
Because we were like, okay, it's going. We just stopped talking.
yeah.
Because we were recording the sound.
Mm-hmm.
And we were just, okay, it's on going. It's still going. It's still going. It's still going. We were just looking at each other. What?
Yep.
What's going on?
That's the longest static fire that anybody's seen down
Ever.
here. Yep. That was awesome.
And you know what? It was crazy, which is
Yeah.
we were. I nearly fainted when we were in that.
Oh, a lot of people that come down here that aren't used to the heat and everything.
Yep.
Oh, you need to drink at least a gallon of water a day.
Yeah.
It's bad. It's
Now
bad.
okay, so we are so rookies.
Mhm.
We got sandwiches and everything.
Speaking of water, I should have some. You left them at home? Oh man.
So we arrived at just before 10, and Maria showed up at 1. So we were there eating. We had a bag of nuts
Mm.
and water, and I think that was contributing heavily for me not really feeling.
Mhm.
So she arrived. She kick-started the AC, but it took long to do that.
Mhm.
And she got bucket of ice and just constant rubbing ice on my hands.
Yeah.
Because we had a 2-hour interview with her.
You call them out.
Seriously.
It takes a lot out of you, man. It takes
From
a lot
the
out of you.
screens,
Oh,
it
yeah.
doesn't look that
No.
bad.
No.
At home in a nice, environment. Here, this is killer.
Mm-hmm.
Lethal.
Yep. It's a lot, man. It's a lot, but it's worth it. It's all fun. It's all good.
I mean, if I would suffer again, maybe yes, because we were like a mile and a half away,
Mm-hmm.
and the south was just so expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna catch up. I'm gonna keep on.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm sure I'll see you before I go, but if not, next time you're down here, hit me up and we'll make sure we connect.
Bring my phone because I couldn't find you.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Sorry about that, y'all. We were just chatting with another Starbase creator that came down here with a group from Europe. They planned this trip last year, and it's just lucky that it came through at this time, and we're able to see the static fires and everything. It's really cool. All right, we are back. We are back and taking a look at the orbital tank farm to see what's going on there, to see if we have indication of additional testing coming up. We just witnessed a static fire test that went over 20 seconds. I am just looking at my other camera to see what kind of video we got from that, so stand by for a moment. I'm going to be back to answer your questions in just a second.
check in with any questions we got going on here. If you're just joining us, my name is Andrew. This is the launch pad. We are live from Starbase, Texas. We're at South Padre Island today, but we're looking at a live view of Starbase, Texas. We just saw a static fire of Booster 7 that lasted well over 20 seconds. I'm just checking in on the comments. Only one Raptor fired for 21 seconds. Virginia's going to eat her lunch. Enjoy your lunch. I'm going to do that soon as well. Hello, June or Jun. Julian, thanks for the great stream. Thank you so much, Julian. I appreciate that comment. DJ says it's not finished yet. We believe the same. We don't think that they're done testing for the day. So we're keeping a real close eye on everything in case we see some more static fires happening today. We're just working on all of our footage that we just captured and everything, so stand by while we do that. But we're going to be back with you on commentary.
All right, folks, welcome back. Let me check to see if we're actually live. Okay, we are officially back. We just wanted to take a quick moment to grab all the shots from our cameras and get them uploaded and everything, so we get those posted and off to you so you can see the best shots that we got. So that has been completed. Now we're hanging out here taking a look at Booster 7 to see if there's additional testing ahead of us. We are waiting to see what we see. I do know that we see evidence of detanking on Booster 7. That does not mean too much, other than a static fire is not immediately imminent anytime in the next 10, 15, or 20 minutes, I would say. I'd say if you need a break, feel free to take a break. I will actually have a few bites of my lunch here in just a few minutes. So previously we've seen detanking, and then we've seen them reload up propellant and go for more static fire testing. We could also see them move over to Ship 24. So I am here with you. I'm still live. I'm still answering questions. We're just kind of in a holding pattern until we see what the next steps are for Booster 7 and Ship 24. If you missed it, I would scrub back a little while. We saw a successful static fire for over 20 seconds on Booster 7. It was really amazing to see. So go check that out. We're gonna give you our better film type cameras videos up on our Twitter and YouTube, so we'll post them there. Check out the links to our YouTube and Twitter, yeah, we'll be bringing all that content to you very shortly. I will be distracted here for just a few more minutes while we get all
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let me adjust the volume a little bit here. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. My volume looks better now. We just got our videos all situated and had a quick bite of my lunch here. So we are rocking and rolling. I am back with you live on commentary. And we're checking out what's going on with Booster 7 and Ship 24 and seeing what the next stage of today's testing is going to be. We just had a over 20-second static fire of Booster 7 just a little while ago. You can scroll back and find that. Thanks for the great stream. No problem. We're going to keep with you for a while until we see signs of testing or testing wrapping up. But so far, we have reason to believe there's going to be additional testing today, which could include more static fires. So thanks for everybody for hanging out. It's been a great stream so far. That static fire was amazing. Keep an eye on our Twitter and YouTube. We're going to be posting another video with an even more up-close shot of it. Matthew McCarthy asks, have they done any fires yet? Yes, they actually did the longest ever static fire from Starbase. It was over 20 seconds long. It was of Booster 7. If you scroll back a bit, you will be able to find that in the video today.
Thanks everybody for their comments and questions so far today. We appreciate your interaction and your support. Larry asks if they've fired this thing up yet, and absolutely, it was fired for over 20 seconds just a little while ago. It was really awesome to see. Igneous, very true. Longest static fire in Starship history. That was really awesome to see.
Brown is waving. Welcome, Brown. Welcome, Brown. Good to see you. Good to see you. How's everybody doing? We are doing really good here, actually. It continues to be a really nice day here at South Padre Island in Texas. Clouds are rolling in a little bit. We are having some fun trying to stabilize our Starlink connection, but it's been a blast so far. Getting to see the first long static fire here at Starbase was such an amazing experience. If you're just joining, you had missed that just a little while ago. You can rewind the broadcast and find the static fire. Otherwise, it's a great day down here. We're still hanging out, just enjoying the view of Starbase and waiting to see what they're going to do next. We will get indications of when the next test is going to happen. You'll see a shaky camera for a little bit. That is our AC compressor. Unfortunately, just the way that this is working right now, we have the AC running and it's causing vibration on our camera. But that being said, we cut that right. So before any major testing happens, like static fire or something, we'll cut that so there won't be any vibrations on the camera. And it's not gonna be as shaky as it is right now. It's just it'll get better here in just a couple minutes. Right about now. And while we're waiting for anything new to change with Booster 7, let's take a quick look over at Ship 24. So Ship 24 is now front and center in the screen. Not a lot happening at the suborbital tank farm yet, though it's very possible that at some point in the near future that the suborbital tank farm could start spinning up. We'll see activity here, and that could be doing some testing on Ship 24 too. We will have to find that out. We'll go a little bit further over to the right, about 2 miles away. I think it's 2 miles. The build site. High Bay, Mega Bay, Rocket Garden. Not a ton happening there right now from this angle. Let's get right back over to Booster 7 and Ship 24.
so far. I am amped up right now. My drone is going. That was insane. Let me know in the chat if you're about to hear that. I'll not sure the audio. All right, while we wait for test, actually, let me adjust my audio levels here. While we wait for SpaceX to have some sort of indication of what's next on testing, I will be dropping off commentary just for about 10 minutes. But sit back and relax and enjoy these live views of Starship S24 and Super Heavy Booster 7. We just had that replay show of the static fire we saw just a little while ago. And keep your eyes peeled because you never know when another test is going to happen, but I'll be back with you prior to the next big test if all things go according to plan. But the broadcast will be up and live here for a while, quite a bit longer, so hang out and enjoy, and I'll be back on commentary shortly.
testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Audio level check. We're looking good now. All right, everybody. If you notice on the left-hand side of the screen, the chopsticks have lowered down. It was actually kind of looking based off of the venting that they were recycling potentially for another test on B7. But now that the chopsticks are coming down, that is a question mark now. If Booster 7 is actually going to go through more testing, or if B7 is done for the day, we're going to wait just a little bit longer to see what happens with it. Excuse me. It's entirely possible that they shift focus over to S24 and do testing on ship 24 for the day. However, we'll have to wait and see if there's any indication of the roadblock opening or anything, which would indicate kind of the status of if there's going to be more testing or not. So stand by in another 5 or 10 minutes. I think we'll know a lot more. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 3. All right, so we're continuing to take a look at Booster 7 and the orbital tank farm. I'm hearing that there might be a crew on site to look, so they could be either clearing the area, or they could be looking at something related to the test, and they could leave, and then we could see more testing. So basically, we're in the same boat that we were 10 or 15 minutes ago, where we're just waiting for an indication of whether there's going to be additional static fire tests today, which is entirely possible, or if they were happy with that long duration test and are going to call that a day. But I'd say right now it's still 50-50, still pretty good shot that we'll see additional static fires today. I won't feel confident that they've wrapped up until I see that road closure completely open, which is not the case yet from what I can tell. So stand by. Thanks everybody for hanging out. I really do appreciate just hanging with us here and watching Starbase do its stuff. It's exciting times. It's a great day with that long static fire, and yep, thanks so much for all the interactions, comments, subscriptions, likes. All of that stuff helps us so much. We're real close to, we might have hit, I don't know if we've hit 74,000, but I know we were real close. 75,000 is right around the corner, and we're on the road to 100,000 subs, which would be an awesome step forward for our community to grow. We love hanging out with people in these chats and chatting and talking about all this stuff. So I'm seeing some more venting at the orbital launch mount. So I'm going to put the mic down for a few minutes and look into what we might be seeing here, okay, to see if there's any more testing coming up. So I'll be back with news shortly. Here's one thing I do want to say. All right, so we are still in this moment where we don't know if SpaceX is going to go for another static fire or not. Like I said, it is likely that they could do that. And I'm looking at Booster 7 and the orbital launch right now, and I'm seeing what looks like that purge vent from the launch mount. Now, generally speaking, if this was the beginning of testing, we would see that purge. The purge would stop, then they would begin propellant load. So are they purging for a different reason? Is this part of the wind down of the testing, or are they recycling? We don't know the answer to that right now, but I'll tell you that
I'm going to wait for Starlink here. I'll tell you that on a normal day, I would be looking at this saying that they're about to do some additional testing. I don't know if that's true yet. Bear with us while we try to figure out what's going on here. But it does look like that orbital launch mount vent that they usually purge prior to testing. So let's hold tight. I just dropped the microphone. I apologize for the loud noise.
Alright, here is your 5-minute status update. I'm going to keep providing some updates as we move forward here. Again, we're kind of in the same boat where we don't know if SpaceX is winding down or if they're preparing for more testing. Personally, the longer I see this OLM venting, the less likely I think it is for them to be done. So right now I'm kind of feeling like they might have more testing, but we don't know that for sure. This is kind of all new to us. We've never seen a 21-second static fire before. They might be testing new processes while the road is closed. I mean, this is some sort of test or procedure that they're going through right now anyway. So I don't want to say for sure, but I'm not super confident that we're done with testing. So we're going to hold tight here. We're going to wait to see if a couple of these indicators show that the testing is going to continue forward. We might see those arms go back up if they are going to continue testing. So again, stand by for a little bit longer, and we're going to bring you the next update shortly. Thank you. Update, folks. All right, so just about a minute ago, I got a text message indicating, let me read it out to you. Boca Chica Beach is now open, so that would indicate that the road closure is about to open as well, which indicate that SpaceX should be done for the day. Now, it's a little interesting that we're still seeing all this venting from the orbital launch mount. So this is still in a state where it doesn't completely line up with what we've seen before. But I think that's a pretty strong indication that SpaceX is done for the day. So we're going to wrap up stream here. For any reason, if something changes and it looks like they're going to do some more testing, don't you worry, we'll be back. Make sure you're subscribed and have your notifications on. Technically they have a window open until 10 p.m. Central Time tonight. I don't know if they can reclose the road after they reopened it. I don't really know. This is all news to us. So we will wrap up for now, but we may be back later if we see anything else happen. So thank you for everybody that came in and just hung out with us today. For those who chatted, subscribed, liked, shared, anything at all that helped us grow our community and get more people excited about what we're seeing down here. What an amazing experience it was to see that 21-second static fire, Booster 7. So
That was really amazing. I really appreciate everybody that took the time to join us here today. Thank you very much. My name is Andrew. This is the Launchpad, and I will catch you next time.